Education. CMS World Unity Education Department organizes international youth meetings, participate in National Unity Day to endorse words and deeds of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who upheld manpower without unity is not a strength. The department organizes international conferences of Chief Justices of the world every year since the turn of the century. Chief Justices, judges, legal luminaries, heads of states, eminent dignitaries, and peace promoters from 136 countries have visited Lucknow, in which many have been participating year after year in support for a united, peaceful, and happy world order.
We are holding this conference on Article 51 of the Constitution of India. We want to save the life of not only 2.5 billion children in the world, but of the total 7.5 billion people of this world.
The landmark event of the conference is the Lucknow Declaration, rolled out after
Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored to have in our midst today Honorable Mr. Sandeep Singh, Minister of State, Basic Education, Uttar Pradesh Government, as our chief guest, who's very kindly agreed to grace the occasion despite his busy schedule. A dynamic social activist and a politician, we are deeply grateful to you, sir, as your presence will boost the morale of the delegates. We welcome you, sir, with folded hands and with a lot of gratitude in our hearts. Thank you, dear children. Science to me is Newton's apple tree gravity, Albert Einstein's fruitful creativity. It's when Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon, how penicillin is no longer immune. The theory of evolution starting a carbon revolution. Science to me is a world of wonder. Science to me is a world so great, constructing bridges of success and faith, rapidly developing nations and states. Namaskar and Jai Jagat. A very good evening to everybody present here. On behalf of the management, principal, staff and students of City Montessori School, Mahanagar, I extend a very warm welcome to the eminent chief guest, Honorable Mr. Sandeep Singh, Minister of State, Basic Education, Uttar Pradesh. We are blessed to have amidst us our mentors, kindling courage and extending support. I welcome respected founder manager, sir, City Montessori School, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, and superior principal and head quaid, respected Shushmita Basu ma'am. We are privileged to have galaxy of dignitaries amidst us to reinforce their faith in our endeavor. I'm delighted to offer a very happy welcome to all. Respected Mr. J.K. Thisia, Chairman, Shri Sardar Patel School, Junagadh, Gujarat. Respected Mr. Shakil Ahmed Kakvi, Chairman, Kainat Foundation. Respected Dr. Chandramouli Joshi, National Chairman of All India Ramanujan Maths Club, Amreli, Gujarat. Respected Mr. Darshan Mehta, Director of All India Ramanujan Maths Club, Amreli, Gujarat. Respected Dr. Mahesh D. Patel, Director, Takshila Vidyalaya, Halvat, Gujarat. Respected Mr. Mahesh Kumar Mehta, Director, Gayatri Sanskar Vidyalaya, Gujarat. Respected Mr. W.T. Ravindra Pushpa Kumar, Principal, Sri Dhamma College, Galle, Sri Lanka. Respected Mr. Darshan M. Thakur, Principal, All India Ramanujan Maths Club, Amreli, Gujarat. Respected Miss Chavodgar Vijay Shankar, Principal, Gayatri Sanskar Vidyalaya, Gujarat. Respected Kumut K. Bhartiya, Principal, Ganga Public School, Bulandshahr, Uttar Pradesh. Respected Keshav Singh Best, Principal, Ugratara Bal Vidyalaya, Gujarat. Respected Miss Meenal Jain, Principal, Kids Gurukul International School, Jalgaon, Maharashtra. Respected Mrs. Kruti Jain, Principal Kids Gurukul City Branch, Jalgaon, Maharashtra. Respected Mr. Chaman Nath Adhikari, Principal Gyan Ganga Pathshala, Lumbini Prince, Nepal. Respected Dr. Khem P. Acharya, Principal Orchid School, Bharatpur, Nepal. Respected Mr. Lakshman Singh Dayal, Vatsalya Vidya Niketan, Kanchanpur, Nepal. And I warmly welcome all distinguished honorable principals of various campuses of City Montessori School, all other dignitaries, all delegates, participants, parents to this spectacular, blissful, enriching evening of 15th MACFAIR International, an international fest of science, maths and computer. Man has risen from the lowest position of a caveman to the highest position of a spaceman. We have conquered time and space and have tamed all the forces of nature through science. Ladies and gentlemen, every great advancement, every great invention in science has resulted from an idea, a deliberation, discussion and a dialogue. Hence, MACFAIR International is an endeavor to bring young minds to come together and explore new vistas of science. It is a fest designed to develop cultural understanding, to promote peaceful coexistence, and to sow the seeds of world unity in young minds through the platform of science and technology. Once again, I extend a very, very warm welcome to the Honorable Chief Guest. Can we put our hands together for him, please? All of us, can we clap for him? The galaxy of intellectual, benevolent teachers, team leaders, very respectful parents, and dear participants to this spectacular, blissful, entertaining evening. And how beautiful and different is this evening, dear audience, you will yourself discover as the events unfold. Let us begin today's event with the praise of the most merciful and the most benevolent. I request the school choir to lead the prayer, and I request everybody to please stand for the school prayer and join them. Parents, everybody is requested to please stand for the school prayer. School prayer के लिए सब खड़े हो जाएं. Take your seats. Thank you. At my lowest, God is my hope. At my darkest, God is my light. At my weakest, God is my strength. At my saddest, God is my comfort. Thank you, dear children, for striking a chord in heaven through your melodious school prayer and seeking blessings for one and all. I'm sure all of us have been blessed. Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. With the dream to unite this world, we initiate the World Unity Procession. I request our Honorable Chief Guest to please step on the stage to witness the procession. I request our Chief Guest to please step on the stage, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We've initiated the procession from the end of the aisle, ladies and gentlemen. The march, as you may see, is being led by the school band of the smart students of Mahanagar campus, marching with rhythmic measured steps, drumming the beats, filling our hearts with melody, which reaches the soul and instills in us a sense of discipline. Behind them is Honorable Principal of the Mahanagar campus, who's also the convener of MACFAIR International. The leader leads and the children follow. Next we have the group of young world parliamentarians. How aptly do they convey the message? When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will be united. We are one and we want one world for all. World citizens wish to make this world a healthier, cleaner and a better place for all to live. The scent in the air clearly smells of liberty, kindness, humanity and everything precious and beautiful. This is indeed a very prestigious moment for this institution. 71 teams with 680 members from India and abroad here to bond with each other and to pool their resources and talent in MACFAIR International. MACFAIR International is science, maths and computer fair, hence the leaders of the stream in the lead. The Atithi Devo Bhava. And now we begin with the introduction of the team. We welcome the first team from Bangladesh, the country which is home to the world's largest Delta St. Gregory's High School, College, Dhaka. We welcome 3 teams from Sri Lanka, the country known for its pristine beaches. First team is Sangamita Balika Vidyalaya, the institution known for its beauty, from Galle, Sri Lanka. Next we welcome Sri Dhamma College, Galle, Sri Lanka, institution known for its discipline and rich glory. Following them is Richmond College, Galle, Sri Lanka, recognized for its rich heritage and varied approaches in teaching learning. From the multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious country Nepal, we welcome 12 teams. Marching ahead is Delhi Public School, Dharan, Nepal. Latest techniques and rich experience is their forte. We cordially welcome Vidya Sanskar Secondary School, Kathmandu, Nepal, with the motto, vision through virtue, they maintain quality. We welcome Galaxy Public School, Kathmandu, Nepal. They work with global approach and collaboration for excellence. Next we have Wisdom Academy, Kanchanpur, Nepal. They often say it is where the parent's job ends, whose job begins. Next, we welcome Adarsh Vidya Niketan Secondary School, Mahanagar, Nepal, Team A and Team B, the institution which has rich glory of serving society at large. Please welcome warmly Ugartara Bal Vidyalaya, Kanchanpura, Nepal. They believe that best delivered education spurns innovative minds. Ugartara Bal Vidyalaya, Kanchanpur, followed by marching ahead. Next is Gyan Ganga Pathshala, Lumbini Province, Nepal. We welcome Orchid School, Bharatpur, Nepal. Proud Orchidians work to change the world together. Let us welcome yet another exuberant team from Nepal, Chelsea International Academy, Kathmandu, Nepal. We welcome Horizon Gautam Buddha School from Nepal. Next we have the teams, the national teams. Gujarat, renowned for its beaches, temple towns and historic capital. The first team here is of Navrajna Higher Secondary School, Gujarat. Next we have Takshila Vidyalaya, Halwad, Gujarat, an institution which is known for holistic educational environment. We welcome Abdul Kalam Young Women Scientist Center, Chalala, Gujarat. Yet another team from the same school. Our gratitude to Bhavan Vidyalaya, Panchkula. Alpine Public School from Solan, Uttarakhand. From the state known as the Heart of India, Madhya Pradesh, we welcome Choitram School with the motto Live Life, Kill Size. Gwalior Glory High School, as always, they march ahead with zest, zeal and pride. We welcome Rustamji International School. Our gratitude to BVB Girdhar Das Mohata School. Rustamji International School, Adarsh Nagar. Kids Gurukul International School, Jalgaon. All India Ramanujan Maths Club, Gujarat, we welcome them. It's a big team, very renowned one. We welcome Bhavan's VP Vidya Mandir, Koradi, Nagpur, and Bhavan's VP Vidya Mandir, Trimurti Nagar, Nagpur. Now we have the teams from the capital city of India. We welcome Bosco Public School, Paschim Vihar, the school which believes that knowledge is the road to power. We welcome Bal Bharti Public School, GRH Marg, and Bal Bharti Public School, Pitampura. The institution has championed the cause of nourishing rich tradition with a progressive attitude towards the future. Let us welcome yet another enthusiastic team, Mount Carmel School, Anand Niketan, New Delhi. We welcome St. Mark's World School, Mirabagh, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the team from Punjab, home to lively and hospitable people, Kundan Vidya Mandir Senior Secondary School from Ludhiana, Punjab. And Right International School, SBS Nagar, Punjab. Their zeal and pride is exemplary. An audience, you're not doing your job. Can we clap loudly for each one of them? Come on, seated at the other side. We welcome Kainat International School, Jehanabad, Bihar. A very old acquaintance. Apart from them, we have been glad to have 18 teams from the city of Nawabs and Tehzeeb, Lucknow. We welcome all of them. So with 71 teams and 580 participants, we at MACFAIR International 2022 are here to celebrate the glory of science, maths and computers. The 3-day fair, I'm sure, shall create memories of lifetime. Thank you, participants. You may please take the seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, given the present scenario of the Russia-Ukraine war, giving rise to the threat of a third world war, it is certain that no single country can eliminate the threats faced by mankind, and a united action is required. Before his death, renowned physicist Stephen Hawking had pleaded for the creation of some form of world government, as he had apprehended that the aggressive instincts of humans would lead to the downfall of mankind, and only such a government could prevent the impending doom. No doubt, the United Nations, a world body, was created with the motive of eliminating the recurrence of wars and to maintain peace all over the world. The institution did prove to be beneficial in many ways, agreed. But if we look back at the 75 years of its existence, there is still a lot of work left. The UN does not possess the level of coherence or bureaucratic independence that is a prerequisite for it to be truly effective. All across the globe, several unresolved civil conflicts and disputes prove the UN as a failed agency. The reason may be division among great powers or the geopolitical stakes being low. Overall, there seems to be a lack of political will to act. They do not acknowledge the fact that international arbitration is the only way to resolve disputes swiftly and to provide better quality justice. In this world full of differences and ideological diversities, we need an institution that is free from biases and prejudices, that transcends diversities and differences. We need a world parliament, an institution that will help to strengthen democracy, justice, and equity, and will help in curbing the radical and fundamentalist ideologies. With the sole motive of world unity and world peace, which is also a dream of our respected founder manager, here we have a model world parliament being performed by the students of CMS Mahanagar campus.
Good evening, everyone. Today, we all have gathered for a session of World Parliament 2022. to address global challenges such as war, planetary boundaries, stability of the financial system, organized crime, and disarmament. In my opinion, rapid development in the fields of bio and nanotechnology, robotics, and artificial intelligence are giving rise to fundamental questions that humanity is not institutionally prepared for. Dysfunctionings and failings of today's international order stresses the need to implant right to democracy, not only at national level, but also at international level. So, through today's session, we'll not only try to develop planetary consciousness, but also improve global solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the session open. Please raise your placards in order to get yourself recognized. Yes, member nation Sweden, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to draw the attention of the world towards genetics, a branch of biology concerned with the study of genes, genetic variation, and heredity in organisms. The science which was supposed to give us a better understanding of the genetic disorders in order to promote good health has become a boon for some ambitious nations. It has evolved a new interdisciplinary science, genetic engineering, which is nothing but manipulation of the genetics of organism and synthetic biology. It has been reported that there have been incidents of humiliating punishments to invasive DNA testing. Some countries' achievement on the Olympic stage has come at a hefty price to thousands of children. In sports world, athletes who want to maximize their performance are continually tempted to use illegal drugs in order to gain competitors' advantage and to aid recovery from trainings and injuries. Recent revelations of widespread doping arising from the investigation of distribution of anabolic steroid, tetrahydrogesterone, demonstrates the extent of problem in the world-class athletes. Gene doping will be the next step in the search for enhanced performance, but it will lead to substantial health risks. Although at present gene doping is a threat rather than a reality, but nevertheless it is important to put safeguards in places that will prevent athletes from not only being tempted to cheat, but to also put their health at substantial risks. A team from China grabbed the headlines when it announced it had edited DNA in the nucleus of a human embryo. Whatever the ethics of the research, the breakthrough raises a question of just how far will we take tampering with our genetic makeup. Thank you. That's all I wish to speak.
Thank you, Member Nation Sweden, and we all agree with what you have said. Yes, it is true that genetic engineering allows quicker growth rate at a quicker pace. It creates an extended life. Specific traits can be induced. New products can be developed, but it has equal advantages and disadvantages. The changes can be negative and unexpected. In time, the approach in humans could create human outcomes or human clones that are ethically questionable or easily abused. Hence, this World Parliament agrees that it requires to be controlled in order to manage its negative outcomes. How many agree the law to be promulgated for the same? Please raise your placards. Thank you. And since the majority votes are for it, we take it up for legislation. Proceeding further, member nations, please raise your placards in order to get acknowledged. Member nation Malaysia, you are acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am going to present the burning problem of the world, which is social in nature: global refugee crisis. This is true that mathematical models in social sciences represent real-world situations, which otherwise become difficult to envision. We all know that a refugee crisis can be caused due to natural disasters, or political upheavals, or religious persecution. It is a situation that is dangerous and difficult for both, whether they are displaced people or the country who is at receiving end. Millions of people are taking refuge in near or far away countries, and thousands of them died in the process. The most common and acknowledged refugees around the world are those from Africa, Syria, Iran, Iraq, France, Venezuela, etc., etc. What to say? The list is endless. The latest being Rohingyas from Myanmar and Ukrainians from Ukraine. So many countries of Southeast Asia and Asia are at receiving end. We have given them refuge not because of their religion, but because they're humans. Their lives have value. They are suffering both mentally as well as economically. It is true that refugees benefit due to international protection status provided to them. But what about the countries who are forced to do this charity? There is an increased strain on natural resources like water, and most importantly, costly security risk. There is an entire economic fallout. The conflict in Syria has reduced the GDP in Lebanon and Jordan with 1.7 and 1.6% per year. When the refugees find comfortable conditions in exile, they do not want to return, thus putting the development and economic growth of the host country in shambles. Hence, we request the World Parliament to look into this crisis and provide us with some relief as well as meaningful solutions. Thank you.
The World Parliament would like to take up this issue and legislate law in favor of countries whose economy is in shambles because of whatever meager support they are providing. The slogan of whoever, wherever and whenever is easier said than done. Member nations, please give your assent if in favor of this legislation. Well, the issue stands for legislation in the World Parliament. And now, moving on to our next issue, please raise your placards in order to get yourself recognized. Yes, Member Nation USA, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for acknowledging us. Today, on this prestigious platform, the United States of America wishes to draw the attention of the world towards the aggressive nature of the Republic of China in the outer space. I feel sorry to say, but Chinese activities in space have been in news for all the wrong reasons. Last year, debris from the Long March 5B launched by their very own National Space Agency on 29th April re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and splashed into the Indian Ocean. However, no harm was done to people or property. If you remember, a similar incident happened in 2018 with Tiangong 1. Now, my key question to the Chinese authorities is, why is this happening repeatedly? Will the Chinese authorities risk the life of the people to get ahead of us? We believe China's main motive is to take down our satellite and become the main controller of space. With an aggressive nation like China following a policy of expansions, it is much likely that we have more of such risky incidents in future. In 2019, a China spacecraft landed on far side of the moon and it expressed its intention to build a permanent international lunar research station by 2027. It's a big difference between China, in fact, clever China, and any other state for the matter of setting up a lunar base, but is actually like taking over moon in the near future. So, ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America presents before you the ugly picture of the Republic of China, and if we don't condemn this approach, the picture shall become uglier in no time. Madam Speaker, now I would like to draw conclusion by enumerating certain rules and regulations, if taken up, can curb the Chinese expansionist policies. Firstly, no one can claim sovereignty in space. Secondly, the weapons of mass destruction must not be used in the outer orbit. And lastly, the space explorations must not be conducted with the intention of space domination. That's all I wish to speak. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member Nation USA, for bringing this topic to light on a large scale. It is indeed evident that the policy of expansion used by China will be playing a major role if the world gets separated into two groups. One that supports the actions of China and one which don't. We already heard some of the regulations put forth by our member nation USA. How many agree that these rules should be applied in the exploration of outer space? Please raise your placards. That's a good number, and thus the issue stands for legislation in the World Parliament. Proceeding further, member nations, please raise your placards in order to get recognized. Member nation Sri Lanka, you are acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging a nation otherwise abandoned by the world. My nation, Sri Lanka, although left alone, has yet not left the concern for our fellow neighbors of the global village. Look at our fellow nations, Pakistan, Yemen, Djibouti, and the 60 other who made a friend with the conception of being center of the world, a friend who offered the honey of cheap infrastructure loans with the sting of defaults coming when their humble friends were unable to pay back their interests. The Belt and Road Initiative has fallen too heavily upon the emerging nations. Their tagline was a win-win for fulfillment of aspirations of both the beneficiaries and the global economies. Rather, their string of pearls is choking the world trade points like Malacca, South China Sea, and the Indian Ocean. Their string of pearls is costing independent nations their sovereignty. Their string of pearls has brought nothing but hunger, poverty, and massive exodus of people from their own lands. This is their string of pearls. This is their death trap. Therefore, I urge the world powers, big and small, to establish regulations to restrict their investments, or rather, expansionist policies under the umbrella of mutual economic growth, to alter the catastrophic future of many nations and hence innocent humans, unlike what my country, Sri Lanka, had. Thank you.
As earlier talked about, the expansionist policies of some countries are really trying to weaken the smaller countries and consolidate themselves over there, as evident by the address given by our member nation Sri Lanka. It is a very difficult task when you have to rebuild your economy from a scratch, and we truly sympathize with the situation of yours. Also, many other countries are on the verge of experiencing this financial crisis, and it is now necessary to put restrictions in order to prevent in future any other country getting under the burden of sovereign debt. So proceeding further, member nations, please raise your placards in order to get acknowledged. Member nation Iran, you are acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, on this prestigious platform, we wish to draw the attention of the world towards excessive manufacturing of arms by the United States of America, which is leading to escalation of tension in various parts of the world. The Cold War, indeed, came to an end. Both USA and USSR agreed to peace. But have we really brought peace on earth? I don't think so. In fact, wars once begun are shown to further escalate due to arms being supplied by the superpower, and a different kind of race seem to have begun. Are you even aware that United States of America is the largest manufacturer of arms at a growing average of 6.9% in last 5 years? Agenda is simple. 1, to indirectly add up to the economy, and 2, to create allies for them. Ukraine being the latest and biggest example before us. Taiwan is next in line. The scared European countries have also ordered a cache of arms from USA. Not only has USA supplied Israel surplus cache of arms, but also through Israel keeps threatening us. The USA has been imposing sanctions against us, trying to shut down our nuclear plant. But has it ever shown such an attitude against a country that is favorably benefiting them? We request the World Parliament to intervene in this matter. It should legislate laws setting limitation on manufacturing as well as supplying of weapons. Thank you.
I completely agree with you, sir, over this burning topic. And I think that there is a need to consolidate and revise foreign assistance legislation relating to military exports. Member nations, please give your assent if in favor of this legislation. Well, the issue stands for legislation in the World Parliament. And now, let us move on to our next issue. Please raise your placards in order to get yourself recognized. Yes, Member Nation UK, you are acknowledged.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for acknowledging us. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us an opportunity to present our genuine concerns regarding the misuse of drones. We all know the positive and constructive uses of drones in various fields like agriculture, surveillance, search and rescue, etc., etc. The list is long. But nobody talks about the negative aspect of drones. Did you know that drone strikes are a double-edged tool which has many side effects? The damage is at par with aerial missile attacks. The chemical content and residue left from these strikes harm the agriculture, public health, and cause numerous skin and respiratory diseases. Apart from these air attacks, the usage of drones also leads to invasion of privacy, interference with the air activity, storage of weapons, and many other illegal activities, adding to the concern of the world. Recently, we saw the use of kamikaze drones. Do you know what they are? These are crewless aerial vehicles loaded with explosives that can fly directly to tanks or units and explode on collision. We have reports of Russia attacking Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant with Shahid 136 drone. Iran backed how the rebels destroyed Saudi Arabia's oil facilities according to the report. Hence, we request the World Parliament to legislate laws to safeguard the privacy, environment and security of the world. For that, it is necessary that we take a safety-first approach, educate employees about potential risk, leverage tools for checking airspace, and develop emergency procedure. Not only this, World Parliament should legislate laws to safeguard the human rights by bridging a gap between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Witnessing the world through the eyes of drones can be powerful, both good and ill. It can reveal beauty as well as injustice, but it can also subject to unwelcome surveillance. Deeper understandings of the ethics of aerial vision will be essential. What if IT manufactures something and the users leave the digital doors unlocked? Drone hacking could be a serious issue for the military. Let us take up this issue for legislation. How many are for? Please raise your placards. Thank you. And the World Parliament will be legislating laws for the same. Proceeding further, member nations, please raise your placards in order to get recognized. Member nation Philippines, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us this opportunity to tell the horror of immigrant skilled workers. As we all know, migration of skilled workers from developing countries has become a persistent trend. Both sending as well as receiving countries take advantage of this mobility. Migrants who do not return to their country of origin transfer money, skills, technology, and even democratic ideas. These people expand their life opportunity in a way not possible without moving out. Some people have positive experiences to narrate, but day-to-day reality is much different. What many face is exploitation, dangerous working conditions, and employment far below their skill level. Today, I want to specifically talk about the kafala system, a legal framework defining the relationship between migrant workers and their employers in Jordan, Lebanon, and all Arab Gulf states. This system is rife with exploitation. Racial discrimination and gender-based violence are endemic. Because it falls under the jurisdiction of the Interior Ministry rather than the Labor Ministry, workers have no protection under the labor laws of the host country. This leaves them vulnerable to exploitation. Furthermore, because workers' employment and residency visas are linked and only sponsors can renew or terminate them, this system endows private citizens rather than the state with control over the workers' legal status. This creates a power imbalance that the sponsors can exploit. Leaving the workplace without permission is an offense, resulting in punishments like imprisonment or deportation, termination of workers' legal status. This is nothing but modern slavery domestic workers are some of the most abused and exploited in the whole world. Physical violence can range from slaps to severe beatings using implements like shoes, sticks, and belts. Hence, I appeal to the World Parliament to please bring respite to these workers, since human rights and labor laws are at loggerheads. We need to protect these people, especially now when researchers have proved they have great say in the economies of countries. Thank you.
After hearing the heart-rending story of the trauma faced by the laborers, I think that there is a need to strike a balance between the human rights and the international labor laws. I completely agree with you, sir, and come to this conclusion that the international labor law needs to be modified, and especially the kafala system. And now, moving on to our next issue, member nations, please raise your placards in order to get yourself recognized. Yes, member nation Canada, you can formulate your perspectives.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and apologies to the member nation for bringing them back to the world of technology, the new global wireless standard. After 1G, 2G, 3G, and 4G networks, 5G enables a new kind of network that is designed to connect virtually everyone and everything together. Presently, we are happy with 5G because everyone wants a high-speed internet connection, bufferless videos, and 500 MB to 1 GB per second internet speed. But do we ever stop to ask whether it is safe? The radiation from the cell towers, mobile phones, and other electric appliances is destroying us. But who is willing to listen to the health hazard bulletins when 5G is driving global growth? $13.1 trillion of global economic output. As the global telecom industry gears up for 5G technology, experts say that it has many dark aspects too, like use of more mobile phones, consumption of energy for data storage, and adverse impact on environment, etc., etc. While we are just bracing ourselves with 5G nightmares, reports say that China had already launched a 6G test satellite that uses terahertz technology. Norway provides its people with a speed that reaches the level of 7G or even 8G. Korea, North America, and Korea, China have taken their first step towards the 10G. Where will it end? God only knows. There will be cyber security concerns, as having more connected devices will open new avenues for data breaches. Hence, we believe and want to propose legislation on redefining security policies and procedures and user privacy service access and to supply chain integrity to put curb on the senseless fight for faster networks. Thank you.
Respected sir, what you said is indeed true, looking at the future scenarios. The upgradation in the telecommunication services has opened the gateways for unethical hackers, leading to cyber threats on a large scale worldwide. And thus, it is now a necessity to redefine cybersecurity policies and procedures in order to protect the interests of the country and not just running after upgradation for faster speed networks. So proceeding further, member nations, please raise your placards in order to get acknowledged. Member nation Ukraine, you may take up the stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But before we speak on the present times, it is important for everyone to remember that Russia and Ukraine go way back in history. The times when Russia was trying to emerge as world power. Since then, Crimea has always been a site of struggle. 7.5 million Ukrainians were killed by Holodomor. Well, the initial aim was to overrun Ukraine, and now the aim added is Ukraine's neutral status. They call it a special military operation instead of invasion. They have accused us of genocide at Donbass, but it is Russia who is being accused by the international community. We all are aware that the consequences of Russian war on Ukraine have shaken the entire region and the world. It has triggered sanctions and other obstacles that have hampered critical logistics and trade operations. This crisis, my dear friends, has turned food, a fundamental human right, into a global catastrophe. Slapping of sanctions by USA against Russian people and companies is building significant financial penalty on my nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not that Putin wants to believe in some principles regarding the NATO. No, sir. It is just that he wants to tell us, hey, Ukraine, I'm more powerful than you. And because I'm more powerful than you, Ukraine, I can tell you what to do and with whom to associate. Members of Parliament, Ukraine, as a nation, appeals to you to legislate regional arrangements for buffer economies and to throw a global safety net. Thank you.
I sympathize with you, but at the same time, I find it extremely challenging and difficult to take side of an individual, where one says that it is just a war, whereas another claims that it's a war fought for self-defense. In my opinion, before we come to any conclusion, we should hear the perspective of the other one too, because there's always a second side of the story. Consequently, I invite Russia to put forth their views.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We at Kremlin will today attempt to justify our military operation and its groundless accusation of genocide. Russia, Ukraine and its sponsors have given the special military operation the name of Russian invasion. And why so? Because we are a communist state. There is a huge population who speak Russian in the Donbas region of Ukraine. For over 8 years, Ukrainian army has been killing and continues to kill the inhabitants of the Donbas region just because they decided to uphold their constitutional right of speaking Russian as their mother tongue. Russia attacked Ukraine to protect those who have suffered genocide in eastern Ukraine. In fact, it is Ukraine who is responsible for genocide. We have claimed that Ukraine poses a threat to Russian security. NATO has encircled Russia. NATO has absorbed 11 Eastern European countries and 3 former Soviet Union countries. Russia attacked Ukraine to demilitarize it because it was showing inclination towards the United States of America and joining NATO. Don't you think then that Russia has a legitimate self-defense claim? Our major banks have been removed from international financial messaging system. Our GDP has contracted by 2.9%. The inflation in our country has reached to 13.7%. We are suffering from food crisis, unemployment, restricted travel and shortage of goods. Our currency has fell by 30% against the US dollar. We are the ones who have suffered. Have the people ever thought, why are we being forced to continue the war? Do we really have any option but to continue the Ukraine war? Thank you.
Thank you, member nation Russia. But all I would want to say is, a war is just a war. Everyone suffers, notably the common. War is always a tragedy. It sometimes seems inevitable, but is it ever justified? Philosophers, theologians, politicians and military leaders have wrestled with this question for millennia. Let's end today's session of World Parliament by inviting a member nation who, despite being a good ally of Russia, has never for once supported war or aggravated the situation. It has been a very wise friend of Russia and has kept the welfare of the world close to its heart by its sincere opinion and advices. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome India.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this honor. India has always held a global view. India is the greatest conductor and supporter of peace and has always remembered the golden path of Ahimsa. We believe in Vasudev Kutumbakam, meaning the world as one family. It is widely known that, keeping aside the war, India has not only made COVID-19 vaccines but also distributed it to the needy countries. We provided it both to Russia and Ukraine as well. Now this shows that India does not support only one nation. The world has still not forgotten about the Israel-Palestine war. So many sanctions were put on them, but India remained neutral. Similarly, India reiterates its stand on the Russian-Ukraine war that we are neutral. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has told Russia that issues should be settled with dialogues and diplomacy. These are not the times of wars. Time and again, India has heard aspersions that India is supporting war, that India is cashing on the opportunities created or caused due to the war. Well, here I would like to tell Europe it should get out of this mindset that their problem is the world's problem. Because no, it is not so. We are no warmongers nor opportunists. We do not want the world to tell us whom to buy oil from. India will purchase oil from wherever it deems fit and will also sell wheat in the international market to whoever gives us a nod. If Europe, in the name of people's welfare, can be considerate towards themselves regarding oil purchases, then so do others. That freedom of choice should exist in other countries as well. We are 1/5 of the world's population, 5th or 6th largest economy in the world. As per the Indian foreign policy, we never participate in any country's internal matters, neither should the country do in ours. We are entitled to weigh our own side. Till now, we have always made ties with the countries in a win-win situation only. Meaning, both the countries should benefit from it. To achieve peace and harmony, we need to deal the affairs with prudence and judiciousness. We believe in unity in diversity. Peace automatically follows. Thank you.
Well said, India. And your views make me ponder about a famous saying worldwide, that is, your freedom ends where my nose begins. And now, after hearing all the speakers, we have drawn this conclusion that the world is facing multiple challenges. More than 1.6 billion people live in places where war, crisis, and weak health services leave them without access to basic care. Fragile settings exist in almost each and every sector of the world, and these are where half of the key targets remain unmet. A stupendous task lies before the World Parliament, and we hope to meet the expectations of the world by legislating meaningful international laws. With this, I declare the World Parliament 2022 session closed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the children seated there, I think they deserve a louder round of applause, and I give you 3 reasons for it. The global issues which were taken up, the remedies which were suggested, their conviction, their confidence, everything was so informative and so good. Thank you so much, children. Good fortune has its rules, and to a wise, not everything depends upon chance. The true leader brings out the best in people in even the toughest situations. And here, I wish to introduce our leader, respected Dr. Mrs. Kalpana Tripathi, Principal CMS Mahanagar campus and the convener of the event. Her sense of perspective proves crucial in all our endeavors. Her personal motto of optimism is true moral courage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her warmly as she comes up on the stage to welcome the gathering. Over to ma'am.
Honorable Mr. Sandeep Singh, Minister of State, Basic Shiksha Education, Independent Charge, Uttar Pradesh, respected Founder Manager, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, respected Founder Director, Dr. Mrs. Bharati Gandhi, respected President CMS, Dr. Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, respected Mrs. Mona Gandhi, Educationist, respected HOD, Quad and Superior Principal, Mrs. Sushmita Basu, the principals of various branches, our guests of honors, which are principals of participating schools, chairmen, directors of participating schools, dignitaries, other guests, principals of other schools, team leaders and staff members of CMS, and my dear loving students of CMS Mahanagar and other CMS branches. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome each one of you to this festival of science, maths and computer. We are overjoyed, enthusiastic to have you for this event. The entire world has witnessed 2 years of student confinement to home and due to various phases of COVID. Though we continued with online mode of education which provided some sort of relief in these difficult times, there is no match for learning with regular school interaction which promotes active learning through interaction of teachers and students. I am grateful to Lord Almighty for bringing things back to normal. CMS believes that learning never stops. We did conduct our international MACFAIR and reflection in online mode, but there is no match for offline mode because we had missing your jubilant faces and learning through involvement. For MACFAIR 2022, we have about 22 international teams from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Brazil, Thailand, Mauritius and Russia. Actually, the teams from Russia, Mauritius and Thailand were trying hard, but at the last moment were unable to procure their visa. They are still keen on participating, so we provided online participation for some events. Then we have about 34 national teams from different states, starting from Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, New Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, Rajasthan and Gujarat, and 20 good schools of Lucknow. So in about 75 teams from India and abroad are participating under one roof. The youth, which is the asset, which is the wealth of any nation, is here, full of quest for knowledge, energy, power. They are here for next 3 days to learn while participating, and exchange of ideas and interaction is going to help them make great leaders. To add to the beauty, we have been honored to have the chief guest who is the youth icon of today, the Minister for Basic Education. He is skilled in public speaking, management, leadership, and has a history of strong community service. Dear students, this is a great opportunity you have been given. Make the most of it. Interact with students outside your group. As it is in your school, you are with own team. So here make new friends, learn from each other, and so that the takeaway is a lot of rich experience. Only being a topper student and having bookish knowledge and being excellent and topper is not going to help. It is not going to guarantee happiness. There is a lot more to it. Most of you would be familiar with the Sanskrit sloka, Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayad yati patratam, patravat dharma prapti. Dhanat dharma tat sukham. It means true or complete knowledge gives discipline and humility. From discipline and humility comes worthiness. From worthiness one attains wealth. From wealth one does good deeds. Good deeds bring joy to you. Always remember, the ultimate role of education is attaining joy. If you are not happy, the education is not complete. You are here to meet on a common platform, and this interaction develops many virtues in you which you don't realize. Virtues like temperance, justice, fairness, service, kindness, wisdom, knowledge, truth, self-reflection. They are the key components to a life of glory and excellence. This competition has been designed to create interest in material knowledge, but also there is intangible knowledge. It brings out the best in you. Good habits are like a kind of craft. You need to be that needs to be pursued as we pursue mastery of any profession or skill. If you don't practice good virtues, you cannot develop these virtues. Virtue is something we do or we choose. It's a daily challenge in this material world, not only for you, it is for us as well. Should we be selfish or should we be selfless? Should we be brave or should we be afraid? Should we be strong in this situation or weak? Do we practice courage? Do we practice cowardice? Ignorance is bliss, or should we be open to new ideas? Stay the same and be happy? Or do we grow in life? Because growth requires hard work, strenuous activity. So your decisions, and then whether do we take the easy path or do we take the right path, whether difficult? Do we follow the beaten path or do we make our own path? Your decisions every minute decide your destiny. Your discipline decides your destiny. My dear students, remember this, always follow the right path, howsoever difficult it may be. All the students and staff of CMS family, they are very happy to welcome you, especially CMS Mahanagar students, and they are extremely happy to have you in Lucknow, Nawabon ka Shahar, and in your honor they have prepared a very entertaining program. I don't want to delay. I am grateful to all delegates, to all team leaders, the self-sacrificing teachers for being with the students and taking care of the students and performing the role of the parents. I am grateful to parents and grandparents of participating students of CMS Mahanagar for sparing their valuable time and making this event a success. The CMS, this is called WUCC Kanpur Road. So all the staff of WUCC Kanpur Road who work day and night and to ensure a comfortable stay as renovation work was going on. And you, dear team leaders and children, you were very, very cooperative. So we are actually indebted to you and thank you for being on our side. It has been great thought of our founders to make this atmosphere conducive to learning and sow the seeds of unity in you from the very young age. I thank the electronic and print media for providing the coverage on a regular basis. I thank our respected chief guest once again for being a part of MACFAIR, and your presence, sir, is motivating us every minute. Thank you very much, and over to the programs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored to have amidst us our revered chief guest, Mr. Sandeep Singh, Minister of State, Basic Education, Uttar Pradesh Government, a social activist and a great, great politician, the man of distinct vision and a fountainhead of ideas, a great inspiration for all, especially for youth. At this note, I invite our respected founder manager, sir, to formally introduce and welcome our honorable chief guest.
We are extremely honored to welcome our most honored chief guest, Honorable Mr. Sandeep Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge for Basic Education, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Honorable Shri Sandeep Singh is one of the youngest and the most efficient minister in the cabinet of Uttar Pradesh government. At just 26 years of age, he became the member of the Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh. Winning the 2017 Assembly elections from Atrauli in Aligarh district, he inherited the desire for social service from his grandfather, Honorable Shri Kalyan Singh Ji, former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and former Governor of Rajasthan. Since his childhood, he has been a talented student with a human and compassionate bent of mind and a heart steeped in Indian values and culture. After his school education, he moved to United Kingdom and did his MA in Public Relations and Strategic Communication from Leeds Beckett University of England. Upon his return to India, he went back to his roots to serve the people of his country and achieved unprecedented success in his political career, winning the UP MLA seat with a thumping majority of votes. After meeting people from various different sections of society, Honorable Sandeep Singh felt that he can do justice and serve the poor people, downtrodden section in the best by seriously taking up a political career. Thereafter, he became an active member of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Honorable Sandeep Singh Ji is extremely active on social and political fronts. Honorable Sandeep Singh has spent considerable time among the youth of the nation. He has visited various parts of UP and called upon the youth to become active agents of positive social change. A firm believer in the ideal of Indian philosophy of that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Honorable Sandeep Singh says that if the youth and the farmers unite to work hand in hand for the progress of the nation, then the nation can hold us back. We welcome and thank Honorable Shri Sandeep Singh Ji once again for sparing his valuable time today to bless and gathering and students and teachers and parents. Thank you once again very much. I also welcome Mr. Sushil Puri, a very prominent social worker of Lucknow, and many eminent persons are here. I welcome each one of them. Thank you very much.
Truly, the evening is grand, not only because of the grand gathering, but also because of the grand stature of our respected chief guest. Extending our gratitude one more time, we now have a welcome dance in honor of our respected chief guest, Honorable Shri Sandeep Singh, Minister of State, Basic Education, Uttar Pradesh Government. Welcome dance.
इस समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि उत्तर प्रदेश की राज्य मंत्री स्वतंत्र प्रभार माननीय श्री संदीप सिंह जी का सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल परिवार हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता है। आप जैसे युवा, दूरदर्शी और कर्मठ नेता की उपस्थिति से हम सभी उत्साहित और गौरवान्वित हैं। वर्ष 2017 में मात्र 26 वर्ष की आयु में आपने अलीगढ़ की अतरौली विधानसभा सीट से शानदार जीत दर्ज की थी और आपको माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने राज्य मंत्री नियुक्त कर प्राथमिक, माध्यमिक, उच्च तकनीकी और चिकित्सा शिक्षा जैसे विभागों की जिम्मेदारी सौंपी थी। वर्ष 2022 में माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने आपको दोबारा अपने मंत्रिमंडल में सम्मानित स्थान दिया और प्राथमिक शिक्षा विभाग के राज्य मंत्री स्वतंत्र प्रभार का अति महत्वपूर्ण दायित्व सौंपा। आपको समाज सेवा के संस्कार अपने दादाजी स्वर्गीय कल्याण सिंह जी से मिले। उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री तथा राजस्थान के राज्यपाल रहे स्वर्गीय कल्याण सिंह जी की गणना देश के कद्दावर और पिछड़े तथा वंचित वर्ग की सेवा में समर्पित नेताओं में की जाती थी। माननीय संदीप सिंह जी कुशाग्र बुद्धि और प्रतिभाशाली छात्र रहे तथा मानवीय मूल्यों और भारतीय संस्कृति से आपका अप्रतिम लगाव है। माध्यमिक शिक्षा पूरी करने के बाद आपने लीड्स बेकेट यूनिवर्सिटी यूनाइटेड किंगडम से पब्लिक रिलेशंस एंड स्ट्रेटेजिक कम्युनिकेशंस में एमए की डिग्री हासिल की। आपके विभाग में आपकी संगठित और अनुशासित कार्यशैली की झलक स्पष्ट दिखाई देती है। हमें विश्वास है कि प्राथमिक शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आप आमूल चूल और सकारात्मक सुधार लाने में कामयाब होंगे। हम आपका पुनः स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं।
धन्य हुए हम आज आप जो इस प्रांगण में पधारे।
हर्षित है हम तन मन से, जागे हैं भाग्य हमारे। आपकी कर्मठता ही बनी है आज आपकी शान।
आपका स्वागत करने पर हम सबको है अभिमान। आपका स्वागत करने पर हम सबको है अभिमान। कठिन परिश्रम और लगन से निर्णय सदा लिए हैं, ओ निर्णय सदा लिए हैं।
अनुपम है उत्साह समय मन भावन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे।
आपकी कार्य कुशलता से ही हर्षित है जन सारे, ओ हर्षित है जन सारे।
आपको अपने बीच में पाकर हमको मिले सहारे, हमको मिले सहारे। स्वागत करने को जन जन अति आतुर आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन आयो रे। छायो रे, छायो रे, छायो, छायो रे, छायो रे, छायो, छायो रे, छायो रे, छायो रे, हृदय में आनंद छायो रे, हृदय में आनंद छायो रे। आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो, आयो रे, आयो रे, आयो रे, आज ये शुभ दिन 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 आयो रे।
That was lovely. The hall now vibrates and echoes your presence and your prominence, sir. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion and enhancing our joy, and blessing all the participants, all the delegates of MACFAIR International. Thank you so much. Though my soul may set in darkness, it will rise in perfect light. I have loved the stars too fondly to be fearful of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we've always been drawn towards light. Light brings brightness. In doing so, it dispels darkness, and we begin to see things clearly. For an auspicious inauguration of the fair, we have the lighting of the lamp ceremony now. I very humbly invite our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Mr. Sandeep Singh, Minister of State Basic Education, Uttar Pradesh Government, to kindly light the lamp of learning. I humbly request our respected founder manager, sir, founder director, ma'am, president managing director, ma'am, and superior principal, Sushmita Basu, ma'am, to please escort our revered chief guest up to the stage. I request all the respected principals of various branches of CMS to please step on the stage. All the guests of honors, all the chairmen, all the principals of the participating teams to please come on the stage to light the lamps. Respected Mr. J.K. Thesia, Mr. Shakil Ahmed Kakri, Mr. Mahesh D. Patel, respected Mr. Mahesh Kumar Mehta, all the distinguished guests which are here, please, and also the team leaders to please come up on the stage for lighting these lamps. All the team leaders. I request the staff members to please escort the team leaders up to the stage. Rita ma'am, please escort the team leaders.
एक दीप जला देना, अज्ञान का तिमिर मिटा कर प्रभु राह दिखा देना, हर मन के अंधेरे में एक दीप जला देना। प्रभु हमको शक्ति दो, बस तेरा ही है सहारा, मानवता की सेवा ही हो जीवन लक्ष्य हमारा, सारा जग अपना है, जन जन को बता देना, अज्ञान
salute the Supreme Being who is the light in the land that brings consciousness, prosperity, good health, abundance of wealth, and destruction of evil. Yes, I request all dignitaries, all the team leaders to come at the staircase and line up after lighting the lamps. And all the staff members, Manju ma'am, Shweta ma'am, please come forward, help them lining up, please. All team leaders, all the dignitaries, respected dignitaries, to please line up here at the staircase for a group photograph. A single lamp can light hundreds more, just as one knowledgeable person can share it with so many, and each of them can illumine so many more lives. That is how the knowledge spreads, and that is the value of light in our lives. I request our respected chief guest to please join the frame. That's a lovely, lovely sight, a beautiful frame. I request all team leaders to please step back side of the camera right here in the aisle, those who've lined up here, because you're obstructing the camera there. I request if you have to take a picture, please step back. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, dear children, let's acknowledge their gracious presence once again by putting our hands together for these dignitaries. Come on. Where are the participants? This is truly a memorable moment, a perfect frame loaded with memories, so many stars under one roof. It's a galaxy of stars. Thank you so much, sir. All truths are easy to understand once they are discovered. The point is to discover them. At MACFAIR International, we wish to develop and release capacities latent in every child. We wish to foster lifelong friendship with each other. We wish to stimulate young minds through an array of activities which will be conducted in the next 3 days.
All differences in this world are of degree and not of kind, because oneness is the secret of everything. This quote by Swami Vivekananda explains the motto of Vasudeva Kutumbakam with utter perfection. Our world is the home of all the religions. The uniformity and diversity without fragmentation is an oxymoron perfectly suitable for the world. An image of unity in diversity is offered by modern India, where people of various religion and belief live together in peace and harmony. Even today, India remains one of the world's most ethnically diverse nations. But Bharat is the eternal beacon of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which means universal oneness of humanity, or the world is one family. The main purpose of all religion is basically to safeguard the interests and promote the unity of human race, to foster the spirit of love and fellowship amongst men. All the revealed books of God, like the Bhagavad Gita, the Holy Quran, the Bible, the Tripitaka, are unerring and collected wisdom that are sent by one God. All the holy books conclude to just one major teaching, that God is one. Only their approaches to reach God are different. So here we present an all-religion prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, the all-religion prayer will be followed by a graceful prayer dance.
गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो राधा रमण हरि गोविंद बोलो राधे 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 तेरे बिना कृष्ण मेरे राधा रानी आधे तेरे बिना कृष्ण मेरे राधा रानी आधे कान्हा नित मुरली में तेरे सुमरे बारंबार कोटिन रूप धरे मन मोहन तऊ न पावे पार रूप रंग की छबीली पटरानी लागे पटरानी लागे मैनो खारो खारो जमुना जी का पानी लागे मीठे रस से भरी रे राधा रानी लागे राधा रानी लागे मैनो खारो खारो जमुना जी का पानी लागे मीठे रस से भरी रे राधा रानी लागे राधा रानी लागे मैनो खारो खारो जमुना जी का पानी लागे अर्जियां सारी में चेहरे पे लिख के लाया हूँ तुमसे क्या मांगूं मैं तुम खुद ही समझ लो मौला 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 मेरे मौला 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 दरारे दरारे मारे मौला मरम्मत मुकद्दर कर दो मौला मेरे मौला तेरे दर पे झुका हूँ मिटा हूँ बना हूँ मरम्मत मुकद्दर कर दो मौला चुप तेरे दर आया चुपने जो सर आया मस्त दिए सबको झूमता नजर आया प्यासे लेके आया था दरिया वो भर लाया नूर की बारिश में भीगता सतर आया मौला 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 मेरे मौला मौला मेरे मौला 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 वाहे गुरु
करता जो शिलवान है, अहिंसा की ताकत से जो बलवान है, अहिंसा की ताकत से जो बलवान है, वो बुद्ध है, वो बुद्ध है, वो बुद्ध है। बुद्ध ही बुद्ध है, बुद्ध ही बुद्ध है।
शरणं गच्छामि, धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि, संघं शरणं गच्छामि। And the knowledge of your grace, I want to praise you. Birds in the sky sing their songs to you. Trees in the field lift their voice to you. I want to sing, I want to lift my voice to you. To serve the Lord much more than I do. I want to serve the Lord much more than I do. Lord, to seek your face and the knowledge of your grace. I want to.
मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम। ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु चाहे कहो श्री राम। ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम। मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम। सब धर्मों को प्रेम सिखाता, सबको सच्ची राह जो नाज है वो वजह खुदा की रहमत, खुशियां जो पास है वो वजह खुदा की रहमत। हम तुझसे ये मोहब्बत की तलब कैसे ना करें, चलती जो ये सांस है वो वजह भी बस तेरी रहमत।
साहिब मेरी नजर में तेरी नजर का नूर दे साहिब दे मुझे तू भक्ति का कोई नूर दे। जैसे चमके दामिनी गगन बीच लहराए, ऐसे ही सद्गुरु नजर मेरे मन में समाए। मेरे मन में जोत जगा दे, ओ सत्य की राह दिखा दे। मेरे मन में जोत जगा दे साहिब, जोत जगा दे मुझे सत्य की राह दिखा दे साहिब, राह दिखा दे। तेरे सजदे में सर झुका मेरा बस याद तुझे मैं करता हूँ। भूल से भी ना भूलूं तुझको बस फरियाद ये करता हूँ। हो साहिब हृदय के तार बजा दे साहिब, तार बजा दे मेरे हृदय के तार बजा दे साहिब, तार बजा दे। मेरे मन में जोत जगा दे साहिब, जोत जगा दे मुझे सत्य की राह दिखा दे साहिब, राह दिखा दे। मेरे हृदय के तार बजा दे साहिब, तार बजा दे मुझसे तू मिलवा दे साहिब, साहिब तेरा जोगिया
Thank you, children. Such a colorful, vibrant presentation. The essence of all religion is one, God is one, is what we at CMS advocate, believe and practice. That was a lovely presentation. God is one, only the way to reach Him are different. Thank you so much, children. Mahatma Gandhi, the pioneer of philosophy and strategy of non-violence, once said, and I quote, "Non-violence is the greatest force at the disposal of mankind. It is mightier than the mightiest weapon of destruction devised by the ingenuity of man." Today, when we stand at the brink of yet another world war, when we stand at the brink of extinction of so many species, when we stand at the brink of losing our world and losing ourselves as humans, let us pause and reflect. Is this the utopian world our dear Bapu and other visionaries and other leaders enshrined and worked for? We humans, the most intelligent, rational and emotional of all species, are on one hand landing on moon, settling on Mars, and at the same time dragging our own homeland into the pits of hell. Dear all, I ask, can we afford to convert our extraordinary, beautiful planet, our homeland, into a complete wasteland by paving way for violence, mistrust and intolerance? Today, as we stage the World Unity Prayer, we condemn our ruthless act of ravaging peace and unity. In the name of religion, in the name of politics, in the name of survival, we offer our heartfelt apology and our apology to nature first. So over to the students for the World Unity Prayer.
This is Antarctica, a virtually hopeless ice-covered landmass, one of the remotest places on our planet Earth. Nevertheless, Antarctica is a key driver of Earth's underwater sea currents. 70% of all available fresh water is locked up in the Antarctic ice sheets. Once discarded as a hopeless and barren island, it presents plethora of avenues to the microbiologists, which instills that hope in our hearts that everything is yet not dead. There is something that is waiting to be unearthed. Over 200 years, humans have hunted some of Antarctica's animals almost to extinction. Overexploitation of sea creatures that constitute the biodiversity of this continent, like krill, toothfish, whales, has brought disharmony to the whole ecosystem.
I'm Dr. David Agnew, Executive Secretary of CAMLR, an organization doing a lot of research on the life in Antarctica, a continent for long given up as an ice desert. Did you know that beneath the waves, currents are flowing away from Antarctica, transporting nutrients across the planet? No, we did not. Unfortunately, we have been disturbing the very keystone species of the Southern Ocean, that is Antarctica's krill, which is an important food organism for whales, seals, squids, and other bird species such as penguins and albatross. I am sorry to say this, but if we will not stop this violence against the life flourishing in Antarctica, then very soon there will be no place for humans, no planet for humans to thrive on. On this auspicious day of MACFAIR International, I pray for peace and unity in Antarctica. May unity prevail in Antarctica. May unity prevail on Earth.
This is North America, and catastrophic massacre has become the order of the day here. Gun deaths have reached the highest rates in last 50 years. It took the world by storm when a young teenager, Salvador Ramos, carried out a mass shooting at Robb Elementary School, Texas, fatally shooting 19 students and 2 teachers. It's a pressing issue in North America that needs careful consideration. Something needs to change. So here we have a hair-raising glimpse of what must have happened that fateful day.
Stomp your feet. Stomp, stomp, stomp your feet. Swing, swing, swing your arms. Swing, swing, swing your arms. Dance everybody and sing with me. Dance everybody and sing with me.
of Martin Luther King, and today I represent North America. My grandfather had a dream that his 4 little children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And I have a dream too, that enough is enough, and that there should be a gun-free world.
The fact that 20 children who were just 6 years old were gunned down in the most violent fashion possible, and that town couldn't do anything about it, it was stunning to me. Now is the time the country did some soul searching. This is becoming a norm, and we take it for granted in ways that as a parent are terrifying. Until there is a shift in public opinion, not much is going to change. This society is not being willing to take some basic steps to keep guns out of the hands of people, which is the most frustrating and disappointing experience of my tenure as a President of America. On this occasion of MACFAIR International, let us all pray that science and technology leads us to world peace and unity. May unity prevail in North America. May unity prevail on earth.
Oceania, the ocean continent, is home to countless archipelagos. The largest and most populous country in Oceania is Australia. The first settlers of Australia arrived more than 60,000 years ago, who became the indigenous tribe of Australia, usually referred to as Aboriginal tribe. But with the advent of colonial rule in 1606, things began to change. The rule brought with itself violence of all possible nature: physical, emotional, psychological, sexual, mental. It brought inequality, racism, and disruption of the Aboriginal culture. The story doesn't end here. The lines were crossed when the Aboriginal and half-caste children were forcibly snatched from their families by government, churches, and welfare bodies, only to be trained and used as slaves. This generation came to be called the Stolen Generation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a peek into the horrors faced by them.
I'm representing Oceania, the smallest continent in the land area. The largest and the most popular country in Oceania is Australia. The first settlers of Australia arrived more than 60,000 years ago. Their Aborigines were the ones who were ruthlessly subjugated with the emergence of the capitalist world system. There was colonial terrorism on the indigenous Australians. We, as a nation, apologize to the indigenous for the stolen generation and for all the atrocities meted out to them.
Here, I would like to take the opportunity as the Prime Minister of New Zealand to apologize to the indigenous people of New Zealand, the Maori tribe, for all the atrocities meted out to them. Today, we can proudly announce that we are famous internationally for New Zealand's national rugby union team, commonly known as All Blacks, the very first to win the Rugby World Cup 3 times. We have officially accepted the Maori flag, which flutters right next to New Zealand's flag, signifying that Maori people have equal status and friendly collusion. Today, on the occasion of MACFAIR International, let us all pray that science and technology will lead to world peace and unity. I pray for peace and unity in Oceania. May unity prevail in Oceania. May unity prevail on earth.
May unity prevail on earth.
South America, the land of an amazing combination of unique landscapes, has seen the evolution of illicit drug trafficking and organized crime like never before in the last quarter of a century. Drug trafficking has been taking up political and economic spaces in all Latin American governments since then. The ties between drug cartels and politicians are not a novelty here. Mutual benefits and interactive relationship are clearly evident between them. Use of volatile substances, inhalants, and other drugs is found abundantly among street children, giving rise to other crimes. No wonder South America has been re-christened as cartel country.
I am representing South America. I wish to point out that it is a combination of weak government institution and empowered drug cartels that have created a vicious cycle in Latin America, inciting more violence into crime and extortion. The crime that was once committed by single individuals is now being conducted by sophisticated organizations that also conduct drug trafficking, human trafficking, immigration, and cybersecurity crimes. Despite burning down their crops, curtailing their financial links, and destroying their business links, nothing much seems to have been achieved. But then, we've not been able to cure cancer or eradicate poverty. There are many maladies that have yet not been eradicated. Does that mean we should stop fighting? Does that mean we should stop waging a good fight? No, never. We cannot give up hope. On the occasion of MACFAIR International, we, the youth, pray for peace and unity in South America. May unity prevail in South America. May unity prevail on earth.
We are in Africa, the land where football is more than a sport, and sometimes its players transform into true heroes. Didier Drogba, the former captain of the Ivory Coast national team, pacified the two warring groups on 8th October 2005 at Al Mariq Stadium in Sudan, known as Red Castle, and insisted the game to go on at the same venue. It's only a legend who can fall on his knees and beg the rebels to stop the war. The Chelsea hero exemplifies how violence can be dominated by a single man's efforts. Hence, everything is not bleak and blurred in Africa.
your flags up in the sky. And wave them side to side.
represent Africa, a continent most vulnerable to climate change and strife torn. A continent that is hurting from all sides, whether physical or economical. Can you imagine a continent that is so rich in minerals and water resources, yet declared as the second driest continent in the world? I can say with all humility and pride that with just a soccer game, we can put an end to the 5-year-old civil war raging in the Ivory Coast. I'm just a soccer player, no politician, but while playing for the Ivory national team, I realized that all the wars can be brought to an end if the right intentions are there. If the rebels could be made to drop their arms and can be brought to the negotiating table, I'm sure all the wars for the boundaries can be put to an end. I want to sing that song again and again. If you want to have fun, so stop firing your gun. Today, in the celebration of MACFAIR International, I pray for the peace and unity in Africa. May unity prevail in Africa. May unity prevail on earth.
May unity prevail on earth.
Let's come to the land of incredible feats of nature, Europe. Unfortunately, God's own country is torn apart by unjustified wars. On the morning of 24th February 2022, a massive humanitarian crisis was caused in Ukraine when missiles and airstrikes hit across the country. Children buried under the rubble, limbs broken, eyes blinded by blood and thick clouds of dust. This is what the unjustified war has done to the children in Ukraine. Not to forget the exposure to deep distress. Outraged, citizens had to step down, and it was no more a military war, but a common man fighting skillfully and bravely, confronting the massive Russian tanks. This resistance has been non-violent and one of its kinds.
represent Europe and pray for the whole Europe, which is under the clouds of war because of Ukraine and Russia. Trust and faith is lost between the two. NATO barking at the doors of Russia. The instance of Ukraine joining NATO added fuel to the fire. I see Ukraine as a martyred country. War is madness and it should end. Sense of unity should prevail and respect for international laws be restored back. Today, on the occasion of MACFAIR International, I pray that science and technology will lead world to peace and unity. I pray for the peace and unity in Europe. May unity prevail in Europe. May unity prevail on earth.
The cradle of human civilization, has borne literally all global religions, all with the same mantra, God is one. Also, the continent has always been looked upon as a guru, a mentor that reunites people with God within. Ironically, on this very land of peace and tranquility, two leaders were thoughtlessly killed in the name of religion. Mahatma Gandhi, a global symbol of non-violence, was shot dead in 1948 while on his way to peace prayer. Decades later, in 2022, a former Prime Minister of Japan was assassinated while speaking outside Yamato Station. The two insensitive violent acts have marred the Asian landscape with blood.
Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Padira Bhavana Siddharam Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Padira Bhavana Siddharam.
नमस्ते बापूजी।
भाई साहब, बापूजी को प्रार्थना सभा के लिए पहले से ही देर। अरे
I have come to represent Asia. I want to express my grief on the violent death of my dear friend, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. He was indeed a great champion of Japan-India friendship. He was the first Japanese Prime Minister to visit India 3 times. With his assassination, the history of religious intolerance has repeated itself. Mahatma Gandhi, the father of our nation, was also killed for the same reason, hatred and narrow-mindedness. When are we going to rise above the religious differences and infighting among churches? When are we going to believe that God is one and the way to God may be various, but eventually we all are the children of same God, same energy? When are we going to believe in the philosophy of Vasudeva Kutumbakam? When? I pray that science and technology will be used for world unity and peace. May unity prevail in Asia. May unity prevail on earth.
United Nations organization has always claimed to have worked for international peace and security. It's an organization that claims to have freed the world of deadly diseases, that claims to have done stupendous tasks in building international cooperation and overpowering conflicts and wars. Ladies and gentlemen, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
I represent the Blue Berets of United Nations Organization, and as Secretary General of the organization, I do not disagree with the world accepted fact that inequality is growing, poverty is increasing, climate change is moving faster than we are, human rights are being violated in so many places, but we don't give up. Conflicts are multiplying, people are suffering, but we don't give up because we know that every man, woman and child deserves a life of peace. We will continue our fight against the small-mindedness of these forces with our continuous, unfailing efforts to make this world a better place to live in. We will bring peace in this world.
Oh, really? But we don't believe in what you have said. We have lost all faith in you. We think that these are only words. In truth, you are serving the benefits of greedy and capitalist countries.
Who are you?
I am the world's citizen, the voice and need of the present times, a cry for peace.
We, Blue Berets, are working on it. At moment, in 12 countries, peacekeeping forces are working to bring peace.
Peacekeeping forces? Isn't it ironical? How can peace be bought with force? Peace that is brought with force does not last for long. We are currently on the brink of Third World War, and that too you being in existence.
Power you have created disparity, boundaries and barriers on this planet.
We will work to maintain peace and unity. We will work to make one parliament, one government and one court to settle disputes. And every citizen will be a world citizen.
Today, in the celebration of MACFAIR International, we pray for peace and unity. May unity prevail on earth. May unity prevail on earth. May unity prevail on earth.
Citizen. Out of many we are world citizen, same vision is for equal rights and justice for the people them. What's happening to this beautiful world that we're living in? World citizen, lift up your voices, for you know we got something to say. All we need is the same directions, heading in one way. In this world we live as one. I know we can make it cause the time has come. In this world, gotta live as one. We going in the same direction, a real connection, out of many we are one. Out of many we are one. Out of many we are one. A long time they said the war for Caesar. Put on the gun to make the love increase. Tired to see the youth them late deceased. Beg you please make we commence the peace in a seat. We really need to bring that old thing back. More love will bring us right on track. Remember when we used to love like that? Seems like we don't know where it's at. Remember that. World, we live as one. I know we can
because the time has come. In this world we live as one. I know we can change it cause the time has come. In this world, gotta live as one. The same direction, a real connection, out of many we are one. World, citizen world.
I've got peace like the river, I've got peace like the river, I've got peace like the river in my soul. I've got love like an ocean, I've got love like an ocean, I've got love like an ocean in my soul. I've got peace from joy like the river in my soul.
Dasuri, Dasuri, Dasuri. Salam, salam. Lifa, Lifa, Laska, Laska. Dasuri, Dasuri. Salam, salam. Lifa, Lifa, Laska, Laska. Armastas, Armastas. Rakas, Rakas. Agape, Agape. Lyubov, Lyubov. All we need is love.
Not in numbers, but in unity lies our strength. And ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोरदार तालियां युवा सशक्तिकरण और एकता के लिए. If they declare the time has come to unite this world, nothing can stop them. This is their world and they are the generation we look up to for change. Thank you, children. Now I request Honorable Shri Sandeep Singh, Minister of State, Basic Education, Uttar Pradesh Government, to oblige us with a few words of encouragement. Nothing at this moment is more called for than the youth leader prodigy's address and motivational words to the budding leaders which are seated the other side. Over to respected sir.
आज यहाँ सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल में आयोजित हमारी यहाँ पे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय गणित विज्ञान और कंप्यूटर महोत्सव मैकफेयर में आए हुए सभी देश भर से, अलग अलग राज्यों से और कई अलग अलग देशों से भी यहाँ पर उपस्थित आए हुए हमारे जितने भी बच्चे हैं, सभी स्कूल से आए हुए सभी बच्चे हैं, मैं सभी का अपने हृदय से इस प्रोग्राम में सभी का स्वागत करता हूँ। आज मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में शामिल होने का एक अवसर मिला है और यहाँ पे आकर के इस कार्यक्रम को देखने का और इस कार्यक्रम का एक हिस्सा बनने का आज अवसर मिला। मैं इसके लिए भी अपने हृदय से आदरणीय श्री जगदीश गांधी जी का, जो अपना पूरा समय बच्चों के एजुकेशन के लिए, बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि अपनी पूरी लाइफ टाइम उन्होंने बच्चों के एजुकेशन को और बेहतर बनाने के लिए, क्या बच्चों के लिए अच्छा किया जाने के लिए अपनी पूरी लाइफ दी है। आज मुझे एक सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ कि उनके साथ में बैठ करके आज इस कार्यक्रम को मैं देख सका। यहाँ पर उपस्थित हमारी CMS की फाउंडर श्रीमती डॉक्टर भारती गांधी जी, MD CMS डॉक्टर गीता गांधी जी, यहाँ उपस्थित सुपीरियर प्रिंसिपल श्रीमती सुष्मिता घोष जी, प्रिंसिपल श्रीमती कल्पना त्रिपाठी जी, श्रीमती मोना गांधी जी और यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी अन्य सम्मानित महानुभाव। आज इस कार्यक्रम में मुझे आने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ और ये एक चीज से और, एक दृष्टि से और ये कार्यक्रम महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है और मेरे लिए सौभाग्य कि इस कार्यक्रम में आने का अवसर मुझे मिला है। इसी तरह के कार्यक्रम का एक बार आयोजन 1999 में हमारे देश के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने और उन्हीं के साथ साथ मेरे ग्रैंडफादर आदरणीय श्री कल्याण सिंह जी, जो उस वक्त इस स्टेट के चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, इसी तरह के कार्यक्रम में, इसी संस्थान में उन्होंने भी प्रतिभाग किया था और आज मुझे भी इस तरह के कार्यक्रम में प्रतिभाग करने का अवसर मिला है। ये मेरे लिए और भी ज़्यादा सौभाग्य की बात है। आज के युग में जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि आज का युग टेक्नोलॉजी का युग है और इस टेक्नोलॉजी के युग में हम सब बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे जीवन की सारी रोजमर्रा की चीजों को आसान बनाती जा रही। टेक्नोलॉजी और इंफॉर्मेशन आज हर एक बच्चे के पास, हर एक बच्चे के हाथों में है। ये नॉलेज, इंफॉर्मेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी का हमको किस तरह से यूज करना है, यूटिलाइज करना है, ये सारी चीजें हमारे ऊपर निर्भर करती हैं। अभी हम यहां पे अलग अलग तरह के परफॉर्मेंसेस से देख रहे थे, अलग अलग तरह के प्रोग्राम्स हो रहे थे कि किस तरह से पूरे विश्व भर में, पूरे ग्लोब में अलग अलग तरह की परिस्थितियां बनी। वाइज वो व्यक्ति कहलाया जाता है जो पिछले समय में की गई और लोगों के द्वारा और लोगों से जो गलतियां की गई हैं, उन गलतियों को देखते हुए अपनी गलतियों को सुधारने के लिए आगे बढ़े। यानी पूरी दुनिया जिस भी रास्ते पे चली, हमें अपनी नॉलेज के बल पे, अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी के बल पे इसको पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन में यूज करते हुए हमारा आने वाला फ्यूचर कैसा होगा और लोगों के द्वारा किए गए उनके पास से हम अपने आने वाला फ्यूचर को निर्धारित कर सकते हैं। यानी पास्ट में की गई गलतियों को हम उसको दोबारा रिपीट ना करें, उसको ना दोहराएं, तो आने वाला हमारा फ्यूचर अच्छा होगा। आज मुझे लगता है कि इस 3 दिन के चलने वाले कार्यक्रम में, जो कि 8 तारीख तक शायद ये कार्यक्रम चलेगा, इस कार्यक्रम में, इस एग्जीबिशन में, इस फेयर में काफी सारे बच्चे प्रतिभाग करेंगे। सभी बच्चों को मैं अपनी ओर से ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि आप यहां पर आए हैं और अन्य देशों से भी यहां पे बच्चे आए हैं। वो भारत में आकर के जो भारत की सभ्यता है, भारत के कल्चर है, उस कल्चर को लेकर के जाएंगे, उसके बारे में सीखने का उनको और एक अवसर मिलेगा। अपने अपने देशों में जाएंगे, अपने अपने जगहों पे जाएंगे, तो हमारे यहाँ पे किस तरह से चीज़ों को ऑर्गेनाइज किया जाता है, हमारा कल्चर किस तरीके का है। इन दिनों में यहाँ पे 3 दिनों की जो ये कार्यक्रम यहाँ पे आयोजित किया जा रहा है, इसके माध्यम से उन बच्चों को सीखने के लिए बहुत कुछ मिलेगा। आज हम सब लोग अपने देश में एजुकेशन को एक नया रूप देने के लिए आगे बढ़ चले, और इसीलिए आज हम सब काफ़ी लंबे समय के बाद में, लगभग 3 दशक के बाद, आज हमारे देश में एक नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी बनाई गई है, जिसके अंतर्गत न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 के ऊपर हम सब लोग मिलकर के काम कर रहे हैं और नया उसी के ऊपर पूरा कोर्स मटेरियल, पूरा फ्रेमवर्क आधारित करते हुए हम सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं। आज हमारे सरकार का, गवर्नमेंट का, हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी और ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर आदरणीय श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के विजन के अंतर्गत हम सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हर एक बच्चा शिक्षित हो, क्योंकि हर एक बच्चे का, हर एक स्टूडेंट का अधिकार है कि उसको बेहतर से बेहतर शिक्षा के साथ जोड़ा जाए। आज इस हॉल में जितने भी बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं, आप सभी सौभाग्यशाली हैं, लकी हैं कि आप सब लोगों को इतना अच्छा अवसर मिला है अपने आप को ग्रो करने के लिए। सारे संसाधनों के माध्यम से आपके पास हर एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि आप अपने फ्यूचर को जिस भी डायरेक्शन में लेकर के जाना चाहते हैं, अपने आप को, अपने फ्यूचर में आप जो भी बनना चाहते हैं, जो भी तरह की आपकी कल्पनाएं हैं, सोच है, आप इस संस्थान के माध्यम से अपने आप को उस डायरेक्शन में लेकर के जा सकते हैं और अपने फ्यूचर को और ब्राइट बना सकते हैं। आज न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के माध्यम से हम सब लोग प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज के ऊपर हम सब लोग फोकस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि बुकिश नॉलेज, केवल किताब का ज्ञान तक ही बच्चों को अगर सीमित रखा जाए तो उनका भविष्य कभी अच्छा नहीं हो सकता। सबसे ज़्यादा आवश्यकता है कि प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज हमारे पास हो, और आज न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज की ओर हम सब लोगों को आगे लेकर के जा रही है। साथ साथ एजुकेशन आउटकम, क्योंकि एक समय ऐसा था कि बच्चे और बच्चों के अभिभावक और टीचर्स केवल यहाँ तक ही संतुष्ट थे कि बच्चे केवल स्कूल में आ रहे हैं, इतना ही काफ़ी है। एक सिस्टम डेवलप हुआ है कि बच्चों ने स्कूल में जाना शुरू किया है, और बच्चों के पेरेंट्स भी यहीं तक अपने आप को सेटिस्फाइड मानते थे कि हमारा बच्चा अब स्कूल जा रहा है। लेकिन अब समय बदला है। समय बदलने के साथ साथ सब लोगों की सोच बदली है। नया भारत है, आगे बढ़ता हुआ भारत है। आज बच्चे नई चीज़ों को सीखना चाहते हैं। बच्चों के अंदर, छोटे से छोटे बच्चे में भी आज नई नई चीज़ों को सीखने की उसके अंदर ललक होती है, उसके अंदर एक एंथुजियाज्म होता है कि मैं कुछ कर गुजरना चाहता हूँ, मैं कुछ अच्छा करना चाहता हूँ। साथ साथ पेरेंट्स भी आज बच्चों के ऊपर ध्यान दे रहे हैं। इसीलिए हमारी न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी एजुकेशन आउटकम के ऊपर भी फोकस करती है कि बच्चा अगर स्कूल जाता है तो उसको क्या सीखता है, उसके आउटकम्स क्या हैं, इसके ऊपर भी हम सब लोग फोकस कर रहे हैं। और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि हमारे इस संस्थान के माध्यम से हमारे शिक्षा के जगत को, जिसमें क्योंकि हमारा और इस संस्थान का, CMS का भी और गवर्नमेंट का भी, जितने भी हम सब लोगों का एक ही मोटिव है कि हमारे पास जो भी बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, जो भी हमारे संस्थान से, हमारे स्कूल्स में जितने भी बच्चे हैं, हर एक बच्चे को बेहतर शिक्षा मिले, हर एक बच्चे का भविष्य अच्छा हो सके, इसी के ऊपर हम सब लोग फोकस कर रहे हैं। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में आप सब लोगों ने मुझको आमंत्रित किया है। मैं अपने आप को एक बार पुनः सौभाग्यशाली महसूस करता हूं कि इस कार्यक्रम में आज मुझे जुड़ने का अवसर मिला, और एक बार पुनः सभी लोगों को इस कार्यक्रम में, जितने भी कार्यक्रम के ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को बेहतर बनाने में अपने योगदान दिया है, मेहनत करी है, सारे स्टूडेंट्स जिन्होंने इस प्रोग्राम में पार्टिसिपेट किया है, सभी ने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दिया है, तारीफ़े काबिल है। मैं सभी लोगों को अपनी ओर से ढेर सारी, उनके आने वाले फ्यूचर के लिए, भविष्य के लिए ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम करता हूं। थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
It's a great pleasure to thank Honorable Mr. Sandeep Singh Ji, Honorable Basic Minister of State with independent charge, Government of Uttar Pradesh. He started off with, because there are many people here, many of our participating students are from other countries such as Nepal, I think Brazil, and I think Bangladesh, and some other countries. Therefore, I'll take the opportunity to very briefly translate what Honorable Minister Sir said. He started off with heartfelt thanks to City Montessori School and for organizing this event and inviting him. He said that it was an honor to sit next to the manager of the school, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, who has given his whole life to the field of service of children through a good quality education. He said that in the year 1999, his own dear grandfather, Honorable Mr. Kalyan Singh Ji, who was then Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, and with other dignitaries, they attended an event in this very hall in the year 1999. And one detail which he did not mention, but which I would like to mention, is that his dear grandfather, Honorable Mr. Kalyan Singh Ji, who was then the Chief Minister of the state, in the early 1990s, he is the one who gave this plot of land to City Montessori School, on which the school has been established, on which we are sitting here today. So I think publicly I'd like to express our gratitude to his honorable grandfather for having given this piece of land, on which hopefully such edifying and exalted events can take place today, which enrich, hopefully, a lot of human lives, which raise the standards of education, and which redefine education. As Mr. Sandeep Singh Ji himself said, that today education has an expanded definition. It is no longer confined to just good marks and a good academic learning. The kind of things that children now do on stage, at platforms such as this, at an international platform such as this, these are personality development activities that go way beyond mere learning of knowledge and mere academic learning. So he mentioned that in this age of technology, where there's rapid technological progress, of course, it's making daily life easier. But although technology is with, and information is with every child, what is really important is how we use technology. He said that we saw on this platform today how the circumstances in the world are changing. And a wise person is one who learns from the mistakes of others and from emerging circumstances, who avoids, therefore, repeating the mistakes of history. He said that today it seems to him that in this 3 days event, where a lot of students are participating from throughout India and from other countries as well, that they will take back with them a bit of the knowledge of the culture of our state of Uttar Pradesh and more generally the culture of India. Being Education Minister, he could not have avoided mentioning the thing that is an area of his own passion and interest, and that is education. He mentioned that after 34 years, India has a new National Education Policy 2020. And he said that we're all working on it. The government of Uttar Pradesh, himself as Basic Education Minister, the government of the state, the Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath Ji, and the Prime Minister, Honorable Modi Ji, that the vision with all of them is education for all with quality. It's not just education for all, it's education for all with quality. He said that you are fortunate to have such a privileged, high quality education. And the National Education Policy wants to take children and the whole education system towards a focus on outcomes rather than a focus just on inputs into education. He said that instead of just knowledge, the new education policy is steering us towards learning the practice of that knowledge, the application of that knowledge, and the development of skills. That we need to learn that because times have changed, Today, what is needed is not just mere knowledge of facts, but the ability to apply those. He said that our goal is a better future for all children, and he thanked the organizers of this event, the principal ma'am, the teachers, and also the participating students. I'd just like to add from my own side, thank you very much, sir, for your very kind presence here. You gave a lot of time of your very precious, and I know it's a very precious time, but yet you gave it, and your presence here has been a great encouragement to all the students, and it befits the honor of this, it raises the honor of this assemblage that you've been present here to accompany the children on their journey at the start of this marvelous MACFAIR event. And I would just like to add to all the students who have come from outside of Lucknow, from other places in India, and those that have come, particularly those that have come from much further afield, those have come from abroad. Post-COVID, it's such a joy to see this gathering when we've been deprived of it for such a long time. So a very warm welcome to Lucknow and to City Monastery School. We hope you have a fantastic time. You go back having made lots of friends. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dance is music made visible. It is the joy of movement and the art of life. There are several dance forms celebrated all across the world, but they can be broadly classified as Eastern and Western dance styles. Modern or Western dance is a broad genre of Western concert or theatrical dances, which includes styles such as ballet, folk, ethnic, religious, and social dancing. Western dancers aim to communicate their emotions to the audience by the use of a subject near and dear to their hearts, such as a lost love or a personal failure. Speaking of East, Bharatnatyam and Kathak form a major part of this dance style group. Bharatnatyam, a dance form that originated in Tamil Nadu, expresses South Indian religious themes and spiritual ideas. It expresses and communicates the underlying texts dating back to the ancient Natya Shastra and several Sanskrit and Tamil texts. Kathak is yet another dance form from Uttar Pradesh. It expresses stories from the ancient epics and the mythologies by the use of dance, songs, and music, and thus acting or abhinay forms a major part of Kathak. Modern dancers too incorporate the use of acting and expressions to enhance their dance performances. Now, ladies and gentlemen, have you wondered what magic would be created if these dance forms were combined? The beats from the West, the melody from the East, the attitude from the West, the grace from the East, the moves from the West, the expressions from the East. What a remarkable combination. 3 dance forms, so varied in their origin and execution, yet so similar in their underlying dependence on emotions and expression. A fusion of these dance performances will be so exhilarating and mesmerizing. The following program brings to us the best of both these worlds and presents us with a threefold pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting before you the fusion dance performance.
मालती गुहार केश प्यार घुगवारे मालती गुहार केश प्यार घुगवारे मुकदामिनी सिदाम खत चाल मतवारी चाल मतवारी चाल मतवारी
கண்ணோடு காண்பதெல்லாம் தலைவா கண்களுக்கு சொந்தமில்லை, கண்களுக்கு சொந்தமில்லை. கண்ணோடு மணியானாயதனால் கண்ணை விட்டு பிரிவதில்லை, நீ என்னை விட்டு பிரிவதில்லை. சல 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 ரெட்டை கிளவி தக 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 ரெட்டை கிளவி உண்டல்லோ தமிழில் உண்டல்லோ. பிரித்து வைத்தல் நியாயம் இல்லை, பிரித்து பார்த்தால் பொருளும் இல்லை. ரெண்டல்லோ ரெண்டும் ஒன்றல்லோ. கண்ணோடு மணியானாயதனால் கண்ணை விட்டு பிரிவதில்லை, நீ என்னை விட்டு பிரிவதில்லை, நீ என்னை விட்டு பிரிவதில்லை.
She get too good from she rise, but put it on so good and make she shake all she ties. Smile upon her face, me know she pleased with this eyes. Coming around to make them girl roll out them eyes. Go down there, wine and go down there. Go down there, wine and go down there. Go down there, wine and go down there. Go down there.
Wine for your good make sweat a drip off of me body, yeah. Oh, you full of chatter, you can't keep up with me energy. What a epic night of it, embedded in your memory. Little bubble up it, treat it like a felony.
Go down there, wine and go down there. Go down there, wine and go down there.
踏上了战场，要做唯一的家。过去是先礼后兵，你总战胜我震惊，忠于自己的恭敬，牢记生而为兵，生而为兵，生而为兵。
Ladies and gentlemen, the countdown has started and the race is over. I invite President and Managing Director, CMS, respected Geeta Devi, to please come up. Yes, ma'am. To declare MACFAIR International 2022 open. All the principals to please be on the stage. The respected founder director ma'am to please come on the stage. This moment reminds me of a very progressive slogan. It was transformed by Bharat Ratna Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan और Jai Vigyan. Loud clapping. Now that's not the way. We have to match up to the energy of the children who performed here on the stage. Come on, loudly. We must have a beautiful picture with this. Lovely gathering. The logo launched. The fest is open. High spirits prevail. Lot of jubilation and celebrations. And children, let the excitement resound once again here in the hall. Come on, put your hands together. Loud. The event is open now, and I'm sure during the 3-day fair you will not only cooperate, collaborate, interact, celebrate, but also understand the scientific world in a more meaningful context, in a better way. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Garba, Lavni, Bihu, Bhangra, Kathakali. Where words fail, music speaks.
I consider no therapy better than music. It has the power to both elevate our mood and calm our souls. Music is one of the greatest boons of God for all living creatures, which exerts a powerful influence on all human beings. It can boost memory, build task endurance, reduce anxiety, and help you out to work in a better way. Speaking of reducing anxiety, self-belief plays a very important role. Judging yourself to be capable of success increases your chances of actual success and also results in a better mental health. People with high self-belief are likable, attractive, and smart. Hear these young voices sing about the same. There's no rainbow without rain or gain without strain. Life's all about speaking lessons from the brain and seeing beauty through the pain. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to the wonderful world of music through these melodious young voices propagating the value of self-belief.
Melodious School Choir, ladies and gentlemen, all set to perform yet again. And this time it's a hymn praising God Almighty. Parents, we request you to please just step back a little. You're obstructing the camera, the school camera, please. May we start now?
of the Lord. Holy is the name of the Lord. Holy is the name of the Lord Most High. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run into it are saved. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and they are saved. Glory to the name of the Lord. Glory to the name of the Lord. Glory to the name of the Lord Most High. Glory to the name of the Lord. Glory to the name of the Lord. Glory to the name of the Lord Most High. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and they are saved. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and they are saved. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Holy is the name of the Lord. Glory to the name of the Lord Most High. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Holy is the name of the Lord. Glory to the name of the Lord Most High. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and they are saved. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and they are
It was nothing less than a blessing listening to these young voices. I request the audience once again to give a huge round of applause.
As the stage is being set up for the next performance, I'm here to share with you a story that I'm personally fascinated with. The story of Saima Salim. She was a Pakistani diplomat serving as the counselor at the Permanent Mission of Pakistan in the United Nations. She became the first blind civil servant to address the United Nations General Assembly. This was the first time she spoke during the summit, reading Braille. Pakistan's permanent representative to the United Nations, Munir Akram, congratulated Salim for, I quote, successfully putting forward Pakistan's position. This woman diplomat gained special appreciation for her powerful speech from the government leaders and common people. Not only I, but the nation is very proud of her, said Pakistan's President, Dr. Arif Alvi. This is the Pakistan that we want, where people with talent rise, a land of equal opportunities and compassion. Saima Salim is visually impaired, but the way she spoke seems her heart can see everything. You have made us proud. Information Minister Fawad Chaudhary had said in a tweet. Saima Salim describes herself as the first blind civil servant of Pakistan and a diplomat with insight, not sight. She fought for her right to become the first visually impaired person to serve overseas in Pakistan's foreign service. At every step of the way from CS's examination to serving as a foreign officer, she refused to be held back by her obstacles and broke all invisible barriers to carve her own path and joined the foreign services in 2008. As I mentioned, I'm personally very fascinated by her story. You know, you cannot expect life to be all flowers and roses. Trials and testings are a part of life, a part of your journey towards growth and personal development. Thus, we shall all look at the optimistic side and keep moving ahead, facing all the hardships.
An orchestra is a large group of musicians who come together to deliver melodies. Think about a sports team. Each member of a team has a special role to play in order for the team to achieve its goal of winning the game. Similarly, musicians each have a special role to play in the orchestra, so that when they come together, they produce a beautiful piece of music, because music is a piece of art that goes through the mind straight to the heart. And what is better than listening to a live orchestra? Orchestra is equivalent to instruments. Instruments are unique with a unique harmonic character. Today, the gems of CMS Mahanagar are presenting before you a majestic live orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to enter into the magic created by musical instruments.
Hello, hello. Hello, check.
राजेश माइक से कौन है गाने वाले चलो ठीक 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 तबला तबला चेक करो ये तबला चेक बजाओ के बजाओ सर दिखा
सांसों की माला पे, सांसों की माला पे, सांसों की माला पे, सांसों की माला पे सिमरू है ठिकाना। सांसों की माला पे सिमरू है ठिकाना। अपने मन की मैं जानूं और भीगे मन की सांसों की माला पे सिमरू है ठिकाना। सांसों की माला पे सिमरू है ठिकाना। सा 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 रे 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 धा 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 रे 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 सा। सा 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 रे 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 धा 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 रे 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 सा। मा मा गा रे सा रे गा मा मा गा रे सा सा रे गा मा रे सा। मा मा गा रे सा रे गा मा मा गा रे सा सा रे गा मा रे सा। प्रेम के रंग में ऐसी डूबी बन गया एक हीरो। बन गया एक हीरो। प्रेम के रंग में ऐसी डूबी बन गया एक हीरो। बन गया एक हीरो। प्रेम की माला जपते जपते आप बनी मैं शान। सांसों की माला पे सिमरू मैं ठिकाना। सांसों की माला पे सिमरू मैं ठिकाना। मन माला पे सिमरू मैं ठिकाना। ठिकाना ठिकाना। 1 2 3 4 सा
आज रंग हैरी हाँ रंग हैरी आज रंग हैरी हाँ रंग हैरी आज रंग हैरी हाँ रंग हैरी रंग हैरी मोरे ख्वाजा के घर रंग हैरी मारे रंग हैरी माँ रंग हैरी आज रंग हैरी माँ रंग हैरी आज रंग हैरी माँ रंग हैरी आज रंग हैरी माँ रंग हैरी
गोकुल देखा मथुरा देखा गोकुल देखा मथुरा देखा पूरब देखा पश्चिम देखा उत्तर देखा दक्षिण देखा उत्तर देखा दक्षिण देखा और तो साना कोई रंग देखा
मैं तो ऐसा रंग ओ महबूबे इलाही मैं तो ऐसा रंग ओ महबूबे इलाही मैं तो ऐसा रंग चराग तेरे मरण हमेशा चार चराग तेरे मरण हमेशा पंचवा में बारण आया बला झूले लालन हो पंचवा में बारण पंचवा में बारण आया बला झूले लालन सिंदड़ी का से बड़का सभी शौकों सिलंदर प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का पहला नंबर प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का पहला नंबर ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला झूले लालन सिंदड़ी का से बड़का सभी शौकों सिलंदर प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का पहला नंबर 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 प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का नंबर प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का पहला नंबर प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का पहला नंबर प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का पहला नंबर प्रमादम मस्त सिलंदर अली का पहला
Your appreciation has spoken louder than my words, but still, some special mentions. Atulya Bajpayee of class 10th was beatboxing. Arnab Goswami of class 7th and Avral Jaswal of class 4th were on the violin. Devagi Dikshit of class 5th was on the drums. Huge round of applause for these young budding musicians. Ladies and gentlemen, live orchestra with meaningful songs enhances the value and meaning of music.
Nobody can match the energy they created. But still, there is one item which we have, and that's there in our secret box, which is about to, of course, but before that, that will be our grand finale. So I'm reserving it for the last. But just before that, I invite a very dear founder director, ma'am, to please come up on the stage and propose vote of thanks. Over to ma'am.
जय जगत। Honorable guests, special guests of honor, Mr. W.R. Rwanda Pushpa Kumar, Shri Madam Shrima Wasinga. They are from Sri Lanka. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dr. Mahesh D. Patel from Gujarat. From Gujarat we have from All India Ramanujam Maths Club, Dr. Chandramouli Joshi, Mr. Darshan Mehta, Mr. Darshan M. Thakur. Again we have from Gujarat, from Gayatri Sanskar Vidyalaya, Mr. Mahesh Kumar Maheta, Director, and Mr. Chavodagor Sheetal Ben, Mr. J.K. Thesia, also from Gujarat, Mr. Keshav Singh Bisht from Nepal, Mr. Minal Jain from Jalgaon, Kriti Jain, Madam, Jalgaon, Naveen Joshi ji, Punjab, Chammannath Adhikari ji, Nepal, KMP Acharya ji from Nepal, Mr. Shakil Ahmed Kavri ji, Kakvi ji from Jahanabad, Bihar, Mr. Lakshman Singh Diyal from Nepal, Mrs. Kalaji Sukhwani from Maharashtra, Mr. Mani Chand from Nepal, Mr. Kalpesh Akhani from Rajasthan, and all the other participants from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal. They are about 150 staying on this premises, and our national delegates, they are about 300, and visa was not granted to Thailand, Mauritius and Russia, so they will be joining us online. I welcome them the most because they were coming, and because of our visa problem, plus all our local schools, which are 21, we welcome you all the guests, all the delegates. हमारे लखनऊ में कहते हैं सर आंखों पर. हम आपका बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं. और आपको कोई कष्ट तो होगा ही, बाहर जाने से कष्ट तो होता ही है, पर हमारी प्रिंसिपल इतनी कैपेबल हैं और उनका स्टाफ बहुत ही धन्यवाद का पात्र है कि अपना घर छोड़ करके, देखिए बाहर से आना आसान होता है, लखनऊ में रहकर घर न जाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. वो लोग यहाँ पर आपकी सेवा के लिए यहाँ पर हैं. मैं उनको बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ. And I want to start by thanking the Honorable Principal of this great Mahanagar campus of CMS, Dr. Kalpana Tripathi, organizer this extraordinary MACFAIR, Mathematics and what? Science or computer? Next, I want to congratulate the great teachers. Surely, the most dedicated teachers in the world. The students are next. They have been charming, presenting attractive and meaningful items. The World Parliament was awesome. In fact, so were all the items. You will agree with me. And clap for it again. I hope all our guest students from around the country and from abroad, I hope you will have a most wonderful time and go back with lots of friends and good memories and lots of new learning, including Jai Jagat. That is to form the world government, because India believes in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole earth is my country. In the end, I must thank the staff who is serving you, the food, the cleaning staff, and all the management staff and the parents of children who have come here in large number. And the items I have never witnessed in my life. It was extraordinary. And before I close, I want to announce today that Madam, please come here. Madam Dr. Tripathi is opening pre-primary in the second shift because our rooms are empty after 11:30. So she will have the honor of admitting children who are sitting at home with 20% concession in fees. So you can very well send them from 1st of November, although it is already 5th. But they will be studying there in Montessori class, nursery class and KG class in the second shift, maybe from 11 to 3:30. Thank you very much. Before I close, I will say a शेर. लखनऊ में शेर बहुत होते हैं. नजर नजर में उतरना कमाल नहीं, नफस नफस में उतरना कमाल होता है. ऑनरेबल प्रिंसिपल साहब, बुलंदियों पर पहुंचना कमाल नहीं, बुलंदियों पर ठहरना कमाल होता है. हमारे बीच में हमारे अधिकारी पेरेंट्स भी बैठे हैं, उसमें एक एडीएम साहब भी बैठे हैं, सिटी मैजिस्ट्रेट, सॉरी, वक्का हमको हराएंगे या जिताएंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच. जय जगत.
Thank you, ma'am, for your precious words. Garba, Bihu, Bhangra, Kathakali. I know we all went back to our beautiful states, right? And that's the very beauty of the folk dances of India. Folk dances are specific dances performed at a particular region that have survived from centuries, giving us a glimpse of our past and the stories that showcase the dignity of the region. As I speak, the stage is getting set to give you a glimpse of folk dances like Bhangra, which is one of the most popular dance styles. It is the folk dance of Punjab. Its high energy and fast beats make it popular not just among Punjabis, but manages to put a smile across people of all cultures. Initially, the farmers of Punjab danced the Bhangra to celebrate the harvest festival. But now, no happy event is complete without it. The people of Gujarat dance the Garba during the festival of Dashera. The folk dance honors goddess Amba and celebrates womanhood. Ghumar is the folk dance of Rajasthan. It is chiefly performed by women who wear flowing dresses called ghagra. The beauty of this folk genre lies in its graceful movements. The rhythms and songs leave the spectators mesmerized. Now, West Bengal is famous for its rich culture. Dhunuchi Nach is a dance that is performed in West Bengal during the Durga Puja. Folk dances of India like these reflect the culture, practices, and celebrations of country's many communities. India is well endowed with a varied culture, tradition, language, and art form. Artistic heritages like these are passed down generations. There are a number of folk dances associated to all parts of India. Here is an amalgamation of balletic folk dances. As the curtains open, I assure that their performance will surpass my words.
साकार दम के मारा ये घर बार आवे खुशियों की फुहार 12 महीना है त्योहार घर वाली बनी रानी मारे काम की एक कहानी सुनो सुनो रे दूध का सागर बहता जाए कंगन सोने के खनकाए सुनो तार में शहनाई हमारे घर झांझर लक्ष्मी के बाजे हमारे घर अंगना ना भूलना कागज के दो पंख लेके उड़ा चल आए रे, जहाँ नहीं जाना था ये वही चला आए रे। उम्र का ये ताना वाना समझ न पाए रे, जुबान पे जो मोह माया न बदल गए रे, के देखे न वाले न जाने न दाए। दिशाहारा केमन बोका मुंटा है।
गया कमाल में, तितर बितर 900 चित्र हो गया बुरा हाल में। नच पैर दुखन लगे ना रुकने का सवाल, किसी को सोन नहीं लेना, ड्रामा होन नहीं देना, किसी से बात नहीं करनी, किसी का फोन नहीं लेना। कितना व्हाट्सएप कहते पौड़ी खप से नचना, कल के मौसम से अब अज हिलने में लगते नचना। लख लख बधाइयां हो, तंग तंग भंगड़े भी कौन, भजती शहनाइयां हो, संग संग सारे भी कौन। मैं कहना व्हाट्सएप कहते पौड़ी खप से नचना, कल के मौसम से अब अज हिलने में लगते नचना। कहना व्हाट्सएप कहते पौड़ी खप से नचना।
जो भी कहे सारा मैंने झूठा लगदा, तो मेरे जैसा मिले कर भी टू कच। म्यूजिक में दे दे तू पंजाबी सारी दुनिया में जी हिट है पंजाबी दुनिया में जी हिट है पंजाबी
सोहागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा सोहागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा ये प्यार का संगीत है, ये शादी का गीत है, ये एक राग है। इस देश की रीत एक है, धड़कन है ताली
Thank you so much, children. And dear participants seated here, may we please have a very loud round of applause. This was full of energy. Let's try matching up to them. Try at least. Thank you so much. Okay. This was the gala end of the cultural evening and a gala start of the 3-day fair. As we close the day's event, we express our heartfelt gratitude to all the guests of honor, respected founder manager sir, founder director ma'am, honorable president and MD of City Montessori School, Gita Didi. We are grateful to all the honorable principals of various branches of City Montessori School and dear parents for giving us your valuable time and making this function a grand success. Now I request everybody to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात